running for about an hour, and this son of a bitch wasn't even recording. I was like, I checked on my phone to see if it was on. This son of a bitch wasn't even on, so I was live streaming, and shit wasn't even fucking live streaming, man. So, yeah, double check when you live stream if you can. When you do your live stream, because sometimes it's not even live streaming, so you're just wasting all that. Especially if you got really good content, you like really trying to show something or talk about something. Yeah, you gotta double check. You gotta double check your live feed, because sometimes that shit ain't even fucking recorded. Do all that feed for nothing, and then you lost it because it doesn't even save it. So yeah, double check your live feed if you do live feed. You ever have to go to Dakota? If you ever have to go to Dakota Gold to get loaded, the orientation is really, it's just basically what it is, just giving you directions on how to operate it. It's easy, man. It's not a big deal. And plus the guy that owns the place, I don't know if he's gonna orientate you, but he was cool. So it was nice and smooth process, no big deal, like 10 minutes. No big deal. Get you in, get you out. I wouldn't want to be there when it was busy though. You know? That's a process. It's a process. Aerospace. You got an aerospace building right here in the middle of nowhere. Oh man. In this area, boy, you really got to know your speed limits around here, boy, because they will tack your ass. Hell, they'll get your ass quick around here. So be careful. Ain't all about giving you some tickets, boy. Let them. Like, I'm not even supposed to be driving through here, but I am. Supposed to be taking the truck route. Motherfucker stopped me. I'd be like, bitch, I'm gonna go give me a sandwich. What the fuck you talking about? There's a little sandwich shop right here to the left.
1.2 miles. At the roundabout, continue straight. Straight for 20 minutes to North Dakota 1806.
It's not broke, it's just freezing up. But yeah, it doesn't work. But the AC in the back works. I guess that's good. need no experience. You just gotta find somebody that's gonna train you. Don't fuck with a big company. Just my opinion. timesheet. Same thing, but you have to do all that bullshit. Calculate your time and all that fucking dumb shit. Reason being is because I do everything. I drive all within a 100-mile radius. That's stay within 100 miles, so I don't need a logbook. No logbook, no fucking scales, none of that bullshit. I love it. They, you know when you're over the road, right? You got the scale. You gotta check in the scale. You gotta adjust your fucking tandems, all that bullshit. You ain't gotta do all that here. Then when you're hauling sand, or water, or oil, you don't have to worry about none of that. Hey Jay, I blocked your dumb ass. I don't know how you can get back on, man. But you keep getting back on my channel. I keep blocking your dumb ass. What do you say? Yeah, I'm at the shop every 12 hours. But you ain't filling out no log. You know what I mean? All that shit still the same. Just you don't have no logs. Like I said, I got a timesheet. So I put in my loads, where I was, the date, that's it. The load, the date, the rate, that's it. I'm done. All that other shit still applies, man. You can only drive, 11 hours. You gotta be in the sleep for 10, all that shit applies, man. It ain't no different out here. But the difference is, as far as like running between OTR and this, is like you don't have to worry about the scales anymore. Because everything's scaled before you jump on the road. And so you don't have to run to fucking Loves to get scaled and all that dumb shit. And like I said, you only got to worry about a logbook. But all the other shit's still the same. Okay. Cool. Where are you going? Where are you going, North Dakota? Hey, just give you a heads up. If you come out to North Dakota, you kind of coming at the wrong time, because you've already missed like 4 months of good weather driving. It's about to get cold. It's gonna get nasty. You know what I mean? So it's gonna get nasty out here. It's gonna start getting nasty out here in the next couple months. So if you think about it, if you're just coming out here like now, you only got really 2 months to make money. After that, it's gonna get nasty out here. It's gonna get nasty out here. You're not gonna get that many loads. Shit's gonna be breaking all the time. Your best bet is to go to Texas, man. Texas, somewhere warm. Where it's 365. Like they're continuing running. You know what I mean? This shit right here, they're gonna be running, but man, you got to deal with a lot of bullshit. You got to chain up, man. There's gonna be times where it's negative 35 degrees, negative 45 degrees. Shit gonna be breaking. Oh yeah, man. Metal's real brittle. Man, you only got 2 months to make good money. You ain't gonna be able to. Oh man, you ain't gonna get shit. You ain't gonna make the kind of money that I'm making now. I've been doing this shit for almost like 4 months now, 3-4 months. Like I said, the weather's about to change up, man. So if you're coming out here, you might do good for a month or 2 months, and after that, it's gonna get real shitty out here. It's gonna get shitty out here, man. Yeah, but good luck with you. Good luck. You're gonna need it, especially in the wintertime. Wintertime, you're gonna need all luck you can get. That's why nobody wants to come out here and work, man, because the winters, man, are fucking nasty. And I'm sure they're not making money like that. They're not making good money like that. They're not making money, man. They're not making money.
Okay guys, let's get a look at this new to me Microtech Ultratech, considered by many to be the starter out the front knife. You know, this is kind of to dip your feet in the water, dip your toes in the water and see if you're interested in these. They're not terribly expensive, but they're not cheap either, coming in at around $230 new for this particular style here, where you have the flat aluminum handle that is 6061 T6 aluminum on the frame here, and then it's been anodized. And the cool thing about these knives is you can find them anodized in a bunch of different colors. They come in orange, green, obviously blue, tan. They have like a zombie where it's like neon yellow, neon greenish, and then splattered with like blood, like the zombie red blood. They have them in purple. Then you can get them in the black blades. You can get them in the blasted blades. All different kinds of edge configurations, tan, toe, drop point. Let's fire this bad boy so I can keep on talking about it. This is one of the coolest parts of the Ultratech line and a lot of Microtechs. The trigger is kind of, you know, it's not for somebody with weak thumbs. They're very stiff, but they do fire very hard. And you can see it's a double action knife. Push the front, comes out, and it comes back. Double action, so it's extra. It goes out and back. That just means double action. So they come, this particular one is blasted, so they come blasted. You can get them in like a DLC coated blade. Fit and finish, are we ready to go there yet? I don't know, it's alright. Keep in mind they're $230, so it's not a cheap knife, you know, and if you're new to collecting knives, that might be very ridiculous sounding. There is a lot of stuff going on inside here, so it's a pretty complicated knife. It is made pretty well. Can you hear that? The cicadas are screaming, but maybe you can hear them. So a little bit of up and down play, a little bit of side to side. You know, you have to have that in a out the front automatic, from my experience. I've never felt one that was really tighter than that. But I haven't handled any of the customs either. There is some real cool custom, not even manufactured by Microtech. Just search around, Google custom out the front automatic knife, and you'll see some real cool ones. Now they're super expensive, so that's why it puts it in perspective. It's $230 that much? I don't know. It depends on how much money that is to you and what your value scale is. You know, they're really, at least in my case, in my use, they're just toys. They're novelties. You know? It's cool. I carry it around the house some. I have carried it out in public. Don't tell nobody. You know? It's cool. Do I think it's an effective self-defense knife? Probably not. This certainly would once it's been deployed. Would certainly do the job, right? This double edge. I did have to resharpen it. It was pretty dull. But that's what it is. It's mostly a self-defense knife. There's no real practicality in trying to EDC something like this. For one, when you start cutting and you get junk and tape all over the blade, at least if you use your EDC knives like I do, you know, they may not get wiped off after every time you cut something. Maybe food, you just take a napkin and wipe them off, but there might still be some stuff on there or some tape residue. And as soon as you retract that back in, it starts gunking up the action. You know, you're asking for trouble. So my personal opinion, no, not an EDC knife at all. Something for fun, something you're going to the movies with your wife, and you want to carry something fun, maybe something that could help you tactically. Although still probably not, because man, imagine this sucker being in court evidence. Even if someone tried to mug you, it would look like you brought this out looking for trouble that night. Probably not a smart idea, right? That's why I say, in my case, I am not military, just pure novelty, and I'm okay with that. Nothing wrong with that. I have enough knives that are EDC knives. But can I tell you it's worth it? Depends on you. You know if it's worth it or not. You can see I have been carrying it a little bit. I did not continue with these scratches on it here. I don't plan on getting rid of it. I've owned a few of these Ultratechs in the past, and I always kind of regret getting rid of them. Not that I want a collection of them, but I want one as a knife nut, as a toy, as something to just play with every now and then. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I do want to point out a few things to you. If you did try to use this knife, I don't know why you would, but if you tried to use it like in an EDC and you gunked up the inside, you can take these screws out. You just have to buy their proprietary tri-wing bit. And of course you will void your warranty. I have no experience with Microtech's warranty, but I've heard they take a long time and are terrible with communication. But I heard the same thing about Strider's warranty, and I had zero problems. So I can't weigh in on that. You know, if any of you guys have experience with Microtech's warranty service, please post below, good or bad. You know, this is what YouTube's about: sharing our experiences, learning together, entertainment, of course. You know, maybe you're interested in buying this knife, maybe not. Maybe you're just checking out the fit and finish here. I'm showing you the ramped switch here. Really done well. I like how they have the larger steps here, and it comes up to the smaller steps. Gets a little more grippy up here, and it's grippy going forward and backwards. And it's not just cut in a straight line. It's actually curved a little bit because your thumb's curved to get maximum contact with your finger. How you doing today, guys? Let's get a look at this new to me Microtech Ultratech, considered by many to be the starter out the front knife. You know, this is kind of to dip your feet in the water, dip your toes in the water, and see if you're interested in these. They're not terribly expensive, but they're not cheap either, coming in at around $230 new for this particular style here, where you have the flat aluminum handle that is 60s.
Hey guys, what's going on? Sherman here.
In half a
I
mile.
told a few of you guys
Turn
that I
left
was
on
going
North
to do
Dakota
a video
1806.
on the disassembly of my Microtech Ultratech. So that's what we're going to be doing today. Now real quick, Juju1313 already has a video on how to take apart an OTF knife. He took apart a Lightning brand OTF, but the internal mechanisms are almost identical to that of an Ultratech's. But I wanted to specifically take apart my Ultratech just to show you guys that maybe you already have one and have never taken it apart, or maybe thinking about getting an Ultratech, and maybe you're a little bit nervous about taking them apart and you don't know what to expect, a little bit apprehensive.
Turn left
so I
on
just want to show you
North
guys
Dakota
how to do it,
1806.
how to do some maintenance on it, because it's really not that difficult if you know what you're doing. And that's why I wanted to make this video, just to show you guys how they work and how to take them apart and to put them back together. But definitely go check out Juju1313's video, because he's a really smart guy, much smarter than myself, has a lot more experience. So definitely go check him out. Alright, so I have with me my homemade Microtech tool. I cannot take credit for this, but all this is a pencil sawed in half, wrapped in duct tape, just to make it slightly more cool. And I just took 3 of those small
Continue straight
picture
for 7
hanging
minutes
tacks.
to 35th Street Northwest.
Tacks you put in a picture frame. Chop the heads off with some wire cutters on needle nose pliers, and just push them into pencil. So it works perfect because, like I said in my review, Microtech has their proprietary screws, and they also sell a bit to take their knives apart. But those bits are about $25 a piece. I mean, really, if you can make one for practically nothing, you know, I can make the bit. You know, I'm willing to pay the money to buy the knife. I can't make the knife. I'm not willing to spend nearly $30 for a bit just to take one knife apart. Now, one more thing I wanted to address is that some people are a little bit nervous about taking these things apart because they say, you know, avoid the warranty. But really, if you take apart any knife, you avoid the warranty. Just about every single company, Spyderco, Benchmade, Kershaw, they'll all tell you to send your knife in for maintenance. You know, to have it re-oiled, have the screws tightened, re-sharpened, all that good stuff. But nobody does that. Maybe they send their knife in to have sharpened, but nobody sends their knife in to have it oiled. You know, stuff like that. Companies expect that. They know people take their knives apart all the time. I know all of us do. Companies just tell you that because they don't want you to take your knife apart and you have an accident, or you don't know what you're doing and you lose a piece. Because that's money the company has to take out of their pocket to have replaced. So companies are perfectly willing to replace factory defects, things that they mess up. They don't want to cover for your mistakes. You know what I'm saying? So they don't want to have to pay because you lost something out of negligence. So that's the only real reason they do that. But really, they know people take their knives apart, so don't worry. Alright, I'm just going to start unscrewing it. I have a little magnetic bowl handy. Very, very nice screws. They are really thick too compared to most screws you see on knives holding the frame together. Now, this driver, if you can even call it that, you can't really torque down on these screws, so you can't tighten them down too far or too hard. But I would recommend Loctiting these with some blue Loctite, thread lock, whatever you want to call it. Just so these don't back out all the time on you. Because, like I mentioned in my review, these screws will back out occasionally just from the force of the blade being repelled. It's like assisted opening knives. Assisted opening knives will sometimes have the same thing because of the force. This driver works perfectly. Now, when you're doing this, some things are under some spring tension, so kind of hold the two pieces together and just very gently remove this top frame. And word of advice, hold on, just press down on the firing button. Just hold on to it. Very carefully take this aluminum scale off. And then remove the firing button. Because the only thing holding the firing button in place is the two handles being pushed together. Right, so there's the firing button. There's a hole right in the middle and then a milled out hole on the side. Honestly, I'm not really sure why the hole on the side is there. Let's see. I'm not sure why that's there. There's the firing button on the side. And very important to I wanted to mention. There is a tiny little spring underneath the firing button. Do not lose this. It's a very important piece. So just put that off to the side, put it in a bag, put it on a magnetic dish or something. Because what that does is that it holds the firing button suspended, it suspends it, and kind of raises it up off of that surface, just to kind of prevent drag from the button. You can see a lot of wear right there from the firing switch. That's normal. Most of that's from that spring. Like I said, that just holds the button up so you don't have a lot of drag up against that aluminum handle, or else it's going to make for very sluggish deployment. Alright, so here is the internal mechanism. Just be very careful, because like I said, this is under spring tension that's liable to pop off at you. So there is the carriage system, a single spring system. Now I believe the Lightning brand OTF has a dual spring system, but I'm pretty sure that one of those two springs are weaker than this one. So it's almost like those two make up one of these, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a very, very high quality, high tension spring. But real quick, I wanted to show you the inside of this aluminum scale. Very nicely machined. You see that groove in there? That is for the spring. All those little dots of oil are from the factory. So that's nice. It comes oiled from factory. There's the blade. Okay. So really, to clean this out, just very carefully do as I just did, and just very carefully wipe that down and just blow on it. Spray some compressed air in here to just blow out any kind of lint that this
In
would collect
2.4
in your
miles,
pocket, because since
stay to the left.
you know, it's not exempt from getting lint inside of it. Just because the sides aren't open, because it's not a folder, lint can still get up in the little hole that the blade comes out of. You would also want to maybe do a few drops of oil, or just one drop of oil on the spring itself, and just kind of wipe it down like you would the spring of a firearm. And rule of thumb, I just like to lightly oil any part of the knife that has wear, that is going to receive wear. So any piece that's going to have another piece of the mechanism moving over it, you know, oil right there where the button moves. Just a little bit. When I say oil, I mean just a tiny drop, and to maybe rub it in. I recommend, a lot of people ask me what oil I use. I use Century Solutions Tough Glide. It comes in a little needle applicator. Some people use Benchmade Blue Lube. Some people use Frog Lube. Just whatever. It doesn't really matter. But I want to show you guys, just in case this does pop off, or maybe you need to take it off for cleaning. Just very carefully, this just comes off, and then the spring is going to pop off, because it is under tension the entire time it's on this carriage. Alright, so here's what I'm talking about. Here is the carriage, milled out of aluminum. You see the groove there for the spring. Now, very important to remember, this little notch right here, that is where the firing button attaches, and it always goes towards the tip of the knife, right up there. Just set that off to the side. There's the blade in there. The blade cannot come out of the handle, so there's really no way you can like take this apart, mix and match blades and handle scales. Just can't. Now that is the locking system. It is I believe it's steel, and it's got a spring underneath it, so it's under spring tension. That is the first lock, and up here that is the secondary lock. It's like a door. So it's under spring tension. So basically what happens is, I'm going to kind of try to show you guys. Alright, then when this carriage is pushed down all the way, that little portion looks like the tang of a knife. I'm going to do this on the frame. It loosens that little door right there. And that's very important. What that does is it disengages that lock so the blade can come forward. That's the first lock. Now what happens is that when you move the button forward, it brings that lock back into engagement, and then that part right there opens up that lock, and the spring tension that has been built up, because the spring actually connects to the tang blade. So this little hook attaches to the tang of the blade, and then the smaller hook attaches right there on the end of the carriage. So one spring is always attached to the carriage, and the other spring is always attached to the tang of the blade. So keep that in mind. So when that loosens the gate, the blade is free to deploy. So under all that spring tension, the blade shoots out. And then when the blade's out, it gets locked into place by that door. Maybe it's poor terminology. I'm going to try to show you guys real quick. So at that door, the blade comes out. And then normally that door is pushed out of the way by the carriage system. Comes out and unlocks like so. Like I said, the blade can't come out any farther than that just by design. Like I said, it cannot move. Now it doesn't rattle like this when the spring is in it because the spring is actually pushing downward a little bit. Alright, so then what happens? So now it's been deployed. Then this comes off the spring. This comes forward and actually attaches to that little round piece that's attached to the blade. See that little round piece pinned through the blade, the tang of the blade? That's connected to that, pulling downward. So when you press back on
in a quarter of a mile,
the firing
turn
button,
right.
the piece is all stuck in there. Anyway, then you push back on the firing button. You see that mechanism loosens that lock, and then the spring tension. Because don't forget the hook of that spring is attached to the tang of the blade. So once that door is unlocked, that little locking mechanism right there, the blade shoots back down into the handle. But anyway, it's probably, like I said, poor terminology.
Turn left.
But that's basically how that works. And then it locks back into place. So Carter does a much better job explaining it than I just did. But that is, in a nutshell, how it works. I hope you guys understood that. I'm going to show you how to put it back together. One very important thing, you cannot just take this carriage and lay it down into place. It has to be set in and then pushed back so that that door
in 1,000 feet,
that lock is
turn left.
In. That is very important, or this knife will not work when you put it back together. So make sure you put it in a little bit past that door and then push it into place. Okay, like I said, here's the spring, and just with these little hooks on the end of the spring, looks like a screen door spring. Now, one of these hooks is longer than the other.
Turn left.
Make sure the longest hook goes down in the bottom towards the spike, because that has to pin through the tang of the blade. So it has to go through this carriage system, pin into the tang of the blade, like so. It's not going to be perfectly flush, but it just has to go into the tang. Like I said, or else it won't work. Anyway, let's put this piece back in there.
2.3 miles.
There's really no exact science to how you put this back together. Just whatever works. So, what I do is I make sure that I hold this down. Press down on it with your thumb or whatever. Just make sure it doesn't pop out. Oops. There we go. The carriage is actually sitting down on top of it instead of pushing the lock out of the way like I mentioned. And just try to bring this forward. There we go. And attach it. Make sure you're just going to push up and then come back and just rest against that shoulder. The hook is just going to push down in there and rest against that. No exact science to that. It's got to be under that spring tension. It's under spring tension right now. So be very careful, or else it's just going to pop right back out. Just don't set it down real hard or anything like that. Alright, so we're going to put the firing button back in. The little spring goes down in this hole right in the center. Set it down. And you see that little cutout right there goes in that stem of the carriage. Now this is also under spring tension, like I said, so just gonna try to hold that in place while you take the aluminum frame and put it back on. Now, my recommendation when putting this back together is to put 2 screws in that are the closest to the firing button first. Now, the reason I do that is because the only thing that holds the firing button in, as I said, is the 2 scales pushing together. So, this will just pop right out, or could pop right out if you don't tighten those 2 first. That's just my recommendation anyway. Alright, so we're just going to tighten all these back up. Like I said, you cannot really torque down on it, but these are all tightened, so don't worry. They're not going to just fall out. They're not going to unscrew for a long time. So I imagine most of you guys don't use your OTFs several times in a day. So you're not going to really have to worry about these screws backing out, especially if you Loctite them. But I mean, I'm just speaking to you guys who don't already have the proprietary Microtech driver for these screws. So I'm just talking to you if you make one of these yourself. Yeah, I would recommend Loctiting these screws with the blue Loctite. The blue allows you to be able to back the screws back out eventually. Not the red stuff, or the white. That stuff's permanent, pretty much. Alright. But you see, that was very simple. It just takes a little bit of know-how and just be very delicate, pretty much. It is definitely a different process from taking apart most of the knives. But it's something that you guys are going to need to know how to do if you buy one of these. Unless you just buy it and store it. Never plan on carrying it. Never plan on dust or lead building up. Never plan on oiling it. But it is crucial to oil those springs, or else they'll...
Coming to this event has really committed me to say, you know what? You don't have to settle.
Hey, Blade Ops, today we're demoing the Microtech Ultratech Model 122-4. We just got some of these in stock. This is not a new model, but I wanted to demo it, talk a little bit about the Ultratech and some of the features that we like here at Blade Ops. First off, this is an excellent out the front
In 1,000 feet,
knife made
turn
by
right.
Microtech. The tolerances are great, the machining's nice, the materials are top-notch. Price on these right now, it can change depending on what Microtech changes their prices or steals or whatnot. I believe right now, as of 2013 is $235. That's with the shipping and everything included. So
Turn right.
you can see there on the blade, Ultratech double-edged, slightly over 3-inch blade. This is the satin double-edged plain blade. Fires out really nicely, nice and solid. There is some resistance on the trigger to pull the knife, to retract the knife, and also to fire it. That acts
In
as a safety
2.2
mechanism.
miles, you'll arrive at Fukumani LAWLAR well site.
Serial number, and then the production date, that's 8 of 2013. You have the claw logo. So the milling's placed very well on the blade. Your thumb's actuating here, your index finger's here, you have a finger here and some fingers here. So they place the machining very well. And here is the Microtech pocket clip, super strong, super durable. You're not gonna have any problems with that. It sits in a little groove in the back of the handle, also with the glass breaker there. The Microtech Ultratech makes an excellent carry out the front. The blade to handle ratio is perfect. It's nice and slim this way. It's super thin. You're not going to find an out the front that is this compact with a 3-inch blade anywhere on the market. It's a great blade. We have a few of them in stock, so check them out. I'll put a link down below in the description. But as always, comment down below. Let me know what you think about the Ultratech, and check it out.
guys, what's up? Tonight review. This one's going to be on a Microtech. Haven't reviewed an auto knife before, at least I don't remember if I have. I was really into automatic knives pre-YouTube videos. In my younger days, I had a specific automatic collection. It's all I did was collect autos for a good 3 years. And I mainly focused on Microtechs. Microtechs, in my opinion, are one of, if not the very best automatic knife company in the world. I've tried many different varieties of types of autos. I've tried OTFs, which stand for out the front autos. I've tried side opening autos. I've tried new age tactical autos versus, maybe a traditional style auto like a lever action or Italian stiletto, or say a Hubertus, type auto. I've tried different brands: Dalton, ProTech, obviously Microtech. I've tried different kinds of clones, Chinese-made, Pakistan-made clones. Just everything under the sun. Automatic knives have always been fascinating to me. They're very cool. A lot of them are just novelty. They're just for, just because they're cool and they're fun. But some, like the Microtechs, are extremely usable knives. Okay, they have the novelty of being automatic, but they are completely functional and very high quality. This one specifically today,
Of course, you got yours on?
what's that?
Got 100 mesh. I got 43.5.
Supposed to come to me?
Yeah, that's what they said.
You're not on my property, Sprouts. Believe me, I got room for you, but it's not even showing you on the system.
Yep, and they must not push me through. You talking about on the app?
Yeah, you're not even showing at all, dude.
Yeah, they didn't push me through.
That's alright, I'll crawl that ass too. Shit, I was about to leave and go to lunch. You got a nuker. I'll use your nuker.
I copy that.
Come on in, dude. I got you lined out. Come on. Whichever way you want to do it, you can come in here and hang a left and get straightened out, or you can swing around and get facing back out. I'm going to put you on, you'll be backed up to 3-1 here, which is the one that's facing northwest right here.
Alright, copy.
Yeah, that one right in front of me is where you'll be going.
Copy that.
Yeah, it's a 2-1. But right here is the shortest distance. Well, about a foot and a half, gives a little more room.
Okay.
You doing all right?
Yeah. You good?
I'm good. I fucked up. Called you Frank.
Oh, you alright, bro. Only person calling me Frank is my mama.
Huh?
Only person calling me Frank is my mama.
I know it.
Good?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, shit, the only people that call me Michael is pretty much my mama. Believe me, I get it. I mean, them grandparents.
So what's up? They busy or what? They got loads?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking, we got sand, but it's, where'd you pull this out of?
Way the fuck out of the way out the way.
Plaza?
Yeah.
Fucking, these are my rules, this is my pad, I'll kick your ass off. I've already heard all about it.
No, he's cool with me.
Fucking one truck, he's probably scared.
He's cool with me.
He's probably working out there while he's...
Yeah, he was cool as fuck with me. But yeah, he was not fucking around. When I walked up in that bitch, he was like, no.
Well, after you left, they're fucking around. Who's behind you? Is the green Volvo behind you?
I think so, yeah.
Fuck, he's just now getting loaded.
Oh, dude, I was supposed to get loaded at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, he's just now. No, he was the green Volvo was right behind you, right?
Oh, something like that. Yeah.
Green Volvo. That's the only green Volvo we have.
Yeah, he was there.
He's just now getting loaded.
Yeah. Dude, I was supposed to get loaded long time ago, but I fucking crashed. I crashed.
But
dude.
yeah, and there's 9 trucks behind him over there right now.
Yeah, your boy don't
Pull
play.
around, scale. Pull around again.
Yeah, your boy don't fuck
Pull
around.
again.
Like, yeah, he ain't fucking around. Yeah, he ain't fucking around.
Nazi.
Nazi, dude. Straight up. blow out? You ready?
about is the UTX 85. Model number is 125-1T. This has the black tactical hardware. Okay, that's what specific model this is. There's tons and tons of variations. When I break the knife out and show it to you, after I get through the specs, I'll tell you a little bit about some of the variations that Microtech does. But they have a bunch of different models, and then from there, each model has a whole crap load of different variations and different options. But anyway, first you'll see is we have a cardboard box, but instead of, very similar to, say, the Chris Reeve knives, but you have a Microtech sleeve. Just a quick distinction on what knife it is. So if you're one of those people with thousands of dollars to spend on knives and a huge safe full of them, it's quick identification. So it's a nice little touch. But no frills, cardboard box. First thing we see here, caution, sharp edge. So you get a little warning right away. Of course, we have our knife in here. We have the operation procedure for anyone who's not familiar with OTFs. So that's good to know. Paperwork in there, as well as our, I believe this is a registration form. Here's a little maintenance guide on cleaning, lubricating, abuse, and storage. And Microtech's stance on it, real quick, is you may store your knife in either the open or closed position. I get a lot of questions, personal messages for people who have automatic knives, and they always say, well, how should I store them? People have a fear that the springs are going to get weakened if you store them closed, okay, because they're in the compressed form. It's no different than guys with guns, and they always ask me the same thing as well. Should I store my magazines empty or filled up? When they're filled up, obviously the springs are compressed. Now, if you have a high quality spring, it shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter if you store them closed, just every now and then. And I'm not even talking like, once a week. I'm talking maybe once a month or so. Just to open them, play with them for a little bit, just to get that spring moving. But anyway, that goes for both knives or guns. Yeah, here's your warranty information and your warranty registration card, which is what I thought. And a nice American flag in the background here. By the way, Microtech knives are made in the USA.
Hey, what's up, man?
Okay. I believe they're based down in Florida right now. Let's put that in the background here somewhere. All right. So, here's our knife. Comes a nice sheath here. You got the Microtech logo on the bottom here, stitched in. The sheath is very high quality. It's one of those tactical type, tactical. But it has a lot of different options.
Bought a Microtech, my automatic knife. It's bad. It's like 300 some change. I'll show it to you. That's the one I got. So yeah, I'm just watching the reviews on it, that's all. But yeah, you can put it in your pocket. It's got a little pocket clip. Bitches the truth. Bitches the truth, man. But yeah, it has a trigger. It has a trigger mechanism. It's sick. Anyways, I was just watching the reviews on it. Oh my god, man.
Here, first thing you'll notice is Velcro loop. All right, this is for the vertical carry.
Got a KW 900.
Okay. And then not only just the little flap, but of course you have the full-on buckle closure.
Baddest
in the
Caterpillar you
front
can put in a motor.
Okay, whereas a lot of times it'll just be the Velcro, Love that Velcro sound. But anyway, you have an actual buckle. Okay, so you have a secure lock every single time. This is a fantastic option. I think it adds bulk to it, but it's not a huge deal. The biggest concern here is I want to make sure I don't lose my knife no matter what I'm doing. Scaling a wall, climbing a mountain, jumping upside down, doing some somersaults, or just walking around, I don't want to lose it. So a buckle is the best way to do that. All right, and besides having a regular buckle, you also have an adjustment bottom here with some more Velcro. So you can adjust it and then it'll even Velcro down so you don't have that flapping around. So yes, it's a very nice sheath, but in my opinion, not necessary for a small knife like this. Some of the larger autos, I think that the sheath is a great addition. In this case, it's just a nice bonus. But anyway, so here we have our knife. First, let's take a look at the pocket clip here. See the Microtech logo and UTX 85. Now, the UT stands for Ultratech. This is basically a scaled down Ultratech. All right, for people who wanted a smaller version of it. Okay, there's a couple different versions of this style knife. This is just one of them.
Well, yeah, that's great, man. Nice. Well, I did buy the Range Rover, so I have the Range Rover. Next year it'll be the Lambo and the Rolls Royce, but that'll be a different video. So what you got? That's good, man. Shout out to David. He's one of my new subs, man. It's awesome, brother. Stay tuned, man. Stay subbed up. That's what we do. That's what we do, man. That's what we do.
All right, so now I'm going to give you all the specs and details on the knife. But before I do, let's see it in action. It is an automatic knife. Here's the trigger button. Push forward until it clicks, and there we go. We have our actuated automatic knife. Now there are tons and tons of options. Let me get into options before I give you the specific specs on this one. Microtech has a bunch of different models, as I said before, just general models, and then within those models you have different.
Well, I tell you what, man. That shit, these pre-made meals that I get at Walmart for like $2, $3, they're the truth, man. This bitch smell like it just came off the grill. It's barbecue. It's barbecue, spicy barbecue sauce with steak, and then you got the mashed potatoes. Yeah, man. This motherfucker right here is no joke. For $3, and it's got 30 grams of protein. So I won't be eating out of the can anymore. I'll be eating the tuna, the chicken out of the can, but man, you can't beat this shit, man. Not for over the road. Not for over the road. This is pretty damn good, man. Yeah, it's pretty goddamn good. It smells just like off the grill, man. Oh, I'm telling you, it smells just like off the grill. Next time I'll have the box for you. I'll tell you. I don't remember the name of it, but it's good stuff.
Now, not every model has the same options, but here's some different variations you'll see on knives. First off, you have a plain edge blade. It could be a dagger style blade, could be a tanto blade. You could have a coated blade, an uncoated blade. There's a couple different finish variations, such as high polished. You could have a satin finish. You could have a stonewash finish. In this case, we have a dual tone finish where it is coated on portions of the blade, making a nice contrast there. You could have a single edge blade or a double edge blade. You could have double edge plain edge, or double edged, one side plain, one side serrated. You could have both sides serrated. You could have both sides serrated only on the portion on the bottom, making it a double-sided combo edge blade.
Where you gonna go get your CDL at? Because I got a little setup where you get the CDL where you don't come out of pocket. You know, some of these CDL classes, they don't charge like $5,000. I tell you, you do it for free. It's somewhat of a risk, but at least you ain't come out of pocket. Call Swift right now. call Swift Transportation and say, hey, look, I want to get my CDL. I want to drive for you guys. I want to take your CDL class. It's like 4 weeks. Go take the class. When you finish the class, have a job lined up at the oil fields. So when you talk to these oil field guys, these owner operators, because ain't nobody else gonna hire you unless it's the owner operator. Say, hey, look, man, I've been driving for X amount of years, whatever. No, I don't even say that. Just be straight up with them. Like, look, I just got out of driving school. I want a job. I'm ready to run. Just come straight up. Either they hire you, or they won't hire you. But in the meantime, you just keep driving for Swift and you keep looking for a job. You know what I mean? Until you find one. And as soon as you find one, get the fuck out of Swift, because they ain't gonna pay you. They ain't gonna pay you a whole lot of money. They ain't gonna pay you really shit. But you'll still make a few $100 a week. You know. But if you can find a job while you're in school, and right when you get out that motherfucker, you already have a job lined up at the oil field, that'd be perfect. You go and get the fuck out of Swift, you don't have to worry about making that bullshit money, and you'll go straight to making real money, right out the back. Now, you're gonna get a lot of motherfuckers tell you, oh, well, we're gonna need 2 years experience. My insurance company won't hire you. That's bullshit. They just don't want to hire you because they're scared you might fuck up their shit. But you're fresh out of school, you know? They're a little scared. Hiring you probably. Because they're hiring motherfuckers right now. Where I'm at. There's dudes coming straight out of CDL class. Matter of fact, I'll call the motherfucker right now. His name's Ducky. My little partner Ducky, he came straight out of school. Call him up so he can hear it for himself. I might have erased his shit. Yeah, I got his ass up out of there. Yeah, I got his ass up out of there. Yeah, I got. Oh, maybe I can get it. Hold on. Message. No, I don't have his number anymore. But anyways, yeah, he said he just got out of CDL class and he got a job. So it happens, but it can be done. But you'll get a lot more doors closed in your face than you have get open. For sure.
You can have different anodized aluminum handles. Some of them have tritium inserts in the actuation button for nighttime vision, or just quick acquisition of the button. In this case, we have blacked out hardware. Some of these models have a glass breaker on the bottom, or quote-unquote skull crusher. There's just a whole long laundry list of stuff that you can have as far as variations on specific models. But let's get into specifics on this one, since this is what the review's about. I just wanted to mention that because there's really a lot of different options out there, depending on what people like, for not only collectability, but for actual use. So let's talk about this specific one. This is the, like I said, the regular Ultratech. The only thing that stands this apart is that it has the blacked out hardware. Okay, the hardware on this knife, the screws that Microtech use are a proprietary screw. Let me get this to focus here. You'll see that it has kind of a 3-dot screw head. Now, they've done this so that you don't tamper with their knives. However, any Microtech enthusiast usually goes out. You can actually buy custom-made bits that fit these screws so you can take them apart yourself. Of course, like most knife companies, they don't recommend you take the knives apart yourself. Even for cleaning, they'll suggest that send them in if you have a problem. The reason they don't want you taking them apart is because a lot of people can't put them back together. Then they have a problem. Then they have to annoy the companies by sending them back to fix them. That's really why you see a lot of unique hardware on knives. The biggest exception on this, as far as high-end production companies, is Emerson. Everyone knows that Emerson uses Phillips and flathead screws, so that you, the user, can pretty much do whatever you want. But a lot of times you'll find that knives have Torx bits, even as something like a hex screw, just so that the common person with just a screwdriver in the drawer can't play with their knives, and can't take them apart. And again, I believe that this is just in fear that there'll be complications when they try to put it back together and have to waste the time of the manufacturer to help them out with that. But anyway, Microtech, some people find it very annoying that they can't adjust their knives. The bits, the special custom bits you can buy are usually like $20 or $30, so it's not a cheap thing to
Quick
get.
way to wash.
But if you do
Throw
have
some alcohol in that
a
bitch.
decent collection of them, a lot of people like having that in their collection, so they have the option of tinkering them, with them themselves. Anyway, moving on. Microtechs all have their own dates on the knives themselves. In this case, it is on the handle. Sometimes it's on the blade. Depends on the model. If you take a close look at this, and again, let my camera focus. We'll see. First off, on top, we have a fuzzy camera again. All right.
Let's go.
I love that. Okay. So on top we have our serial number 01878, and then underneath we have our date stamp. We have 8 of 2010, and of course this one has the claw logo. There's other Microtech logos such as the dagger, as well as there's another one out there, I forget what it is, but it really depends on the model and when it was made. Will determine. Oh, here's the other logo on top there, just the Microtech with the M. But anyway, depending on what logo you have, it will, when the knife was made, what model it is, that kind of thing. But generally, you'll see that the most of them nowadays have the claw logo as opposed to the dagger. But again, just depends on what model you get. The blade here is an S30V stainless steel. This one happens to be a two-tone. So we see we have the coating here on the grind as well as on part of the spine, but it is the bare stainless all across here on the flat edge. Alright, and there's a lot of detail and milling on these blades. You can see there's a channel cut out and then a couple holes. It makes for a very cool looking blade. It really is just a bad looking knife in the best way possible, in the best sense possible. Very, very cool looking. With a lot of use, of course, those little pockets and stuff will present cleaning issues, but for the most part, I'm not cutting super dirty stuff with my autos. They're more for novelty than use, although you can use them really hard if you wanted to. They're made so that you can rely on them, and of course they are marketed towards the military. But anyway, like I said, the blade, S30V stainless steel, much preferred by myself, one of my favorite stainless steels to work with. The blade is 2 7/8 inches long. The thickness is 0.125 inches. So we have a decently thick blade, and you'll notice on the grind here, you see how it looks thicker up top here towards the tip? Well, that's because of the relief cut towards the spine here. Sorry about that, guys. That's my darn battery again. As much as I charge my batteries, I make long videos, so I should always charge before I start. Anyway, I was just saying that you have the relief cut here on the spine, so it appears that it's thicker in the front, but that's just the original stock thickness, okay, on the edge. But anyway, it's a very handsome looking knife. It's very, very cool. The coating on the blade here is a DLC, black coated blade. DLC has been, it's proven to be very durable. There's a lot of different coatings out there, but it's more than adequate for most uses, and I find that it does not wear very easily. Now this knife I did use a little bit, but not very extensively, so there's not a whole lot of wear on it, and the coating itself is still 100% intact. The knife did come razor sharp from the factory, as all Microtechs have that I've ever owned. There's one in particular model that I've had in the past. It was a amphibian, manual amphibian, which is a side opening folder, non-automatic, but that one came like a scalpel. I got that a few years ago, but all Microtechs, they do come very, very sharp. I'm just saying that specific case, it was like, extra sharp for some reason. But anyway, the handle here is a T6 aluminum, very commonly used in a lot of different knives, not just automatic knives. It also has a hard coat anodizing on it. This one happens to be black. It's mil spec, very, very durable. You can do other colors as well, but this one, in this specific case, obviously it's black. Close, it is 4 inches exactly from top to bottom. This one does not have the glass breaker on the bottom, although you can order those separately. It's just a personal choice. I don't need one. It's kind of cool looking for, as far as just visibility. It's a cool looking thing. They make them look a little bit more scary. stainless steel, and the pocket clip is a 301 stainless steel. Pocket clip looks to be the DLC coating, same as the blade, but the trigger looks to be anodized. That's the difference here, although they're both black. The actual I've used quite a bit, like the fixed clip design on it, profile. Very nice. Sweat tip. A lot of times pocket clips are off. This one has a slight straight. It's not severe. It's very easy to get into the material in your pocket. It really doesn't matter the thickness. It does come up enough where you can very easily put this in a jean pocket. So I really like that. Of course, it's very good pocket. There's no cheap Microtech, except for maybe their credit card style knives or some of the smaller fixed blades. And even them, they're not cheap. They're just cheaper. Retail price on this, the manufacturer's suggested retail price, MSRP, is $430. But of course, no one's expected to pay full retail. I got this one from Blade Ops. They're charging $225, which I think is a good price on it right now. Of course, they have a lot of different Microtechs they offer in all kinds of different varieties and styles. It's not for everyone, like I said. It is a great user knife if you actually want to use it. Most people buy, in my opinion, Microtechs to collect them, but they are great knives to use. One common misconception I want to get out there, or cover, almost a myth, is that when you open these automatic knives, okay, these OTFs, you'll go through a phone book, or a tree, or even, thick cardboard. That is just not the case. The springs in these knives are strong enough to deploy the blade fine, as you can see, but they're not that strong. You just cannot do that. Now, once it is deployed in the locked position, by the way, this has very, very little play. All OTFs will have some kind of blade play. You just have to have that. There's moving parts in there. You will not find one that doesn't have any play at all. But there's a difference. A cheap one will have a lot more play than an expensive one. This has very, very slight play, of course, in all directions, as all OTFs will. But as far as the tolerances, it is very tight tolerances. Here's the box here to give you an example, a demonstration. If you go to try to punch this through something, it's going to stop the blade. Okay? It's not going to punch through because that spring in there only has so much power. Now, Blade Ops did a great video on this. Some people get autos and they try to do this and then they think, oh no, my knife's broken. The blade's just moving around freely. This light doesn't work anymore. I just broke my knife, and they send them back. But that's not the case. Basically, it just hops off the track in here. To fix that, all you do is pull the blade to the full extended position, and it's back. And it will work. Now, there is quite a bit of force that's needed to actually actuate this. There's a spring on the trigger that holds it back, so you have resistance in pushing this forward. And it also stops, kind of like a Glock trigger. You guys are familiar with Glocks. It kind of stops right before the firing, and you have to give that extra little oomph. Pop out. Alright. There's lots of traction on the trigger itself. Okay, or I guess you would consider it jimping. See there, it's kind of like a pyramid. Camera's been stinking and focusing. So I'm going to grab my old trusty jeweler's loop. Monster Blaster got this. Jeweler's loop. L-O-U-P-E. People constantly ask me, what are you saying? A Jew loop? A Jew loop? What are you talking about? Jeweler's loop. Anyway, so here's the trigger with a little bit of my skin on there. Hold on a second. Anyway, so there's the trigger. You can see it's kind of a pyramid type design. Basically, when you're pushing forward and backwards, you have a secure lock on the pad of your thumb. It's very easy to use, and this is dual action, meaning that you can use the automatic feature to open the knife as well as close the knife. Okay, it's always going to be easier to open than it is to close, just on the mechanics of how your thumb works. It feels a little bit hard to pull back, even though it's the exact same tension, the same spring weight. Anyway, that much though, so when it's in your pocket, it's not like it's a big butt sticking out. It's actually pretty low profile, which you guys can hopefully tell there. But very, very cool. And again, just a reminder, it's not going to go through a whole pad of paper or anything like that. It really does not have the power. Now, once it's actually open all the way, you have lots of power for stabbing and anything you need to use your knife for. Okay, but not in actually actuating that blade. Now, I did say it is dual action. Loads automatically, some automatic knives, some OTFs. They'll open, and then you have to actually pull a retracting piece that actually pulls it back into the handle. This is not the case. This is a dual action auto. If you guys read on autos, that's what that means, dual action. It opens and closes with springs. So, what else can I say about this knife? It's a fantastic user. It is very sharp. Hold on a second, I'll grab these papers. Now, I have used this knife probably a dozen times since I've had it. A lot of playing with it, but even after some use, it's still razor sharp. All Microtechs are, like I said, out of the box. It's ridiculously sharp. Okay. Fantastic knives to use, as well as collect. But they are actual good knives to use. Okay. Most people don't buy quality automatics. They'll buy a little Chinese mark, $20 automatics. A lot of times you'll see the Lightning automatic. That's a Microtech clone of the Scarab. People pay $40 for it. It's nice, I guess, for a cheapo version, but it's nowhere near an actual Microtech. You cannot imagine the quality until you actually have one in your hands. And most people, especially a lot of teenagers, and I'm guilty of it too when I was younger, you can't afford a $200 or $300 or $400 automatic. So you go out and you buy the $20 one, and it's a piece of crap, and then you kind of get turned off to automatics. You think, well, automatic knives aren't a very good quality. Well, no, it's that specific cheap knife that's not good quality. This is a fantastic knife. Like I said, you can actually grab this, use it for anything you need a knife for, and it will definitely function for you every single time. It just so happens automatic. But anyway, if you can afford it, it's definitely worth trying at least once. I'm talking Microtech in general, period. Get whatever specific knife you like. I like this because it is smaller. I was able to EDC this a couple times, and a little hush-hush there because in my state of Pennsylvania, I cannot legally carry this knife around. But yes, I admitted to breaking the law. It's such a stupid law, and I don't normally do that, but I did carry this around a little bit. In my opinion, I have the ability to legally carry around a gun or a massive fixed blade if I want to. So why can't I have an automatic knife? It's like, it's a law, but it's a technicality. I mean, jaywalking is illegal, but how many people are stopped and walking across the street, outside of the crosswalk? It's one of those things. Look, I'm not telling you to break the law. Please, do not break the law. I'm just telling you that I personally didn't have any problems, and there was one specific police officer who I actually stopped and talked to for a little bit, and I have to mention that I do videos on knives, and he pulled out his pocket knife that he was so proud to show me. It was a Benchmade Osborne, and a very nice choice as well. But I happened to break out this knife. This is what I was carrying that day, and we just kind of talked a little bit about it, and not once did he ever mention that, hey, that's illegal. In fact, you'll find that most police officers, they really don't know what's legal as far as knives are concerned. They're not trained in their specific state laws. Trust me on this. They're basically trained to think that if it's a threat to me, I'll take it away. I'll ask questions later. I found my entire life that any cop that I've ever run into did not know anything about their specific state or city laws. It's just how it is. They're not. It's too much information to be able to train every single police officer like that. And like I said, for the most part, they're taught that hey, if this is a threat to me or anyone else, I'm going to take it away, and then I'll ask questions later. And they have the full right to do that. If you have something illegal in your pocket, if you're a jerk about it, and you don't listen to what they have to say, they will take that from you. Anyway, I'm not going to get really into laws. All I'm going to say is that laws will vary depending on where you live. Where I live in Pennsylvania, I can legally own this. That's why I'm showing it to you. but I'm not technically allowed to carry them. Some places you can carry them and own them, you know, and have a great time with them. And then other places you just can't even own them, period. They're just completely illegal. And well, thing about their specific state or, you know, city laws. It's just how it is. They're not, it's too much information to be able as well. But I happened to break out this night. This is what I was carrying that day, and we just kind of talked a little bit about it, and not once did he ever mention that, hey, that's illegal. In fact, you'll find that most police officers, they really don't know what's illegal as far as gun use are concerned. They're not trained in their specific state laws. Trust me on this. They're basically trained to think that if it's a threat to me, I'll take it away. I'll ask questions later. I found my entire life that any cop that I've ever run into did not know anything about their specific state or, you know, city laws. It's just how it is. They're not. It's too much information to be able to train every single police officer like that. And like I said, for the most part, they're taught that, hey, you know, if this is a threat to me or anyone else, I'm going to take it away, and then I'll ask questions later. And they have the full right to do that. Even if you have something legal in your pocket, if you're a jerk about it, and you don't listen to what they have to say, they will take that money. Anyway, I'm not going to get really into laws. All I'm going to say is that laws will vary depending on where you live. Where I live in Pennsylvania, I can legally own this. That's why I'm showing it to you. But I'm not technically allowed to carry it. Some places you can carry them and own them, you know, and have a great time with them. And in other places you just can't own them, period. They're just completely illegal. And laws to me, really, as far as weapons laws, they don't make any sense to me at all. Knife laws are just, they've always been whacked, and that's always been my opinion on it. But I do want to suggest in this video, please do not break your local and or state laws, okay? I do want to set a good example for you guys, so be good. Anyway, it's a very cool knife. It's an expensive knife. It's not for someone who just kind of likes knives. You have to just love knives, and you have to really have a passion for automatics. But if you do that, have a bank account that's big enough to pick one of these up, I would highly recommend it. It is definitely worth it. It's a great user knife. It's a fantastic collection, and it's just a lot of fun to have. And you'll find yourself it's just so fantastic. But anyway, there's my review on the Microtech UTX85. If you have an Ultratech already, and you want something smaller, this is a great option. There's also another model that's even smaller than this. I believe it's a 75, or no, maybe it's a 70, UTX 70. But anyway, it's a nice happy medium. It's not as big as the Ultratech, but not as small as the UTX 70. It's just right. It's that perfect porridge in the Three Little Bears. I absolutely love it. So, thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate it. I'll hopefully have more videos in the future on automatics. Kind of getting back into the whole automatic scene, but I just can't afford to get all the autos that I really love to show you guys. But anyway, in the meantime, for all you automatic knife lovers, I want to make this review for you. So, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.
Hey guys, so in the area where I live, Northern California, it's a pretty low crime area, pretty safe for the most part. Lately we've been having a few issues with women getting their purse stolen, and one dude got his car stolen at Target. My wife goes to Target a lot, so she wanted to get a blade that was a little more useful and a little more what's the word, intimidating than her little ladybug, so that she could deploy a little bit faster. And she loves autos, out the front autos, because I bought a couple of those Lightnings at one time, and big this silk bag is for what's inside of here. How? Got her UT70 T. The T is for tactical. It's all black. Normally when you buy these, the screw heads are silver, trigger, switch, whatever you want to call it, silver, and the pocket clip silver. So this one's an extra like $20 to get the tactical version, which I thought was cool. You really wouldn't care otherwise. And if it's clipped on a purse or a pocket, this doesn't show as much as the silver one would. So it came really, really super stiff. You're having to sit there and play with it to get it to loosen up. It comes out like a bitch. I know people talk about ZT's LMAX. They may not have it heat treated just right. This is LMAX from Microtech, and it was very, very, very hard to sharpen. It probably took 3 or 4 times longer than just about any other steel I've tried to sharpen. We even got my dad's got one of those Pro Edge style sharpeners, and we actually wore off some of the paint trying to sharpen it. Oh, so what? Wear off the paint tonight. We're supposed to use it. I know she will, but it's a $220 knife. It's like, you got it. Don't scratch it. But I don't even think we had it a few days, and you got this scratch right there on the claw. I know I sound like a super sissy. Don't scratch my knife. It's an expensive knife, but it'll get used. Get some more scratches, I'm sure. But if anybody's thinking about small, little, off the front, and they don't mind spending a couple $100, this is the guy to have. Super, super strong as far as, you know, lock up for an auto. You know, although autos won't completely get wiggle free. It's just how they're built. But it's a little bit up and down. Side to side. It only weighs like 0.2 ounces. It's so light. I actually can fit it inside of my mouth. So it actually fit. Little coin pocket. I mean, it's just as big as my finger. It's doing size representation. So you can see it's bigger and more intimidating. Well, intimidating. Perspective. But definitely bigger than the Ladybug. Now if you compare it to my 60, quite a bit of difference. But it does have a lot of blade for how small it is, which is the room for the blade. It's on the handle. You can see if you put it up next to the 560, it's a little more than half. It's enough to hurt somebody. Now the auto's fun, but it's just not quite as satisfying as a clipper. Good manual clippers. I'll stick to that. My easy. She loves this. Lots of fun. So this is my first Microtech. Very good quality. So got his birthday on there. Alright guys, the wife's new first year. How many of you?
classic pump. It was bound to crash. Today is the crash. And it offered a good dip buying situation, even though it's down 50% on the day. If you're prepared ahead of time, well, guess what? You could have made money. And I was prepared. I tried to prepare you. If you're reading my watch list, if you're reading my chat room commentary, you understand this pattern. If you've seen past video lessons, here's one right here. This is video lesson 4210. I have over 4,000 video lessons, and this one is a nice one. Same kind of morning panic on a kind of pump CNAB, and then also here 4677 and 4683. The reason why they're labeled like this is in 5-minute increments. So even though 4,000 video lessons sounds like a lot, it's just 5-minute increments. It's roughly, I think about what? Let's do some math. I have like 4,900 video lessons now. So 400 hours of education, and these are the patterns that I train. both very prepared and planned ahead. That's the key to my success. Just focusing on the same patterns and planning ahead of time. And for those of you guys learning, well, I want to teach you to plan ahead, and I want to teach you the best patterns that work. More times than not. Again, there's no magic formula for getting rich. There's no magic system like, I guarantee this stuff will 100% of the time work. No, my best patterns work 60, 70, 80% of the time. It is possible to get up there. It's just not 100%, maybe 95 or 90% like some of you can get on. That's not realistic. I've been doing this for nearly 20 years, so I know what works and what doesn't. Let me start with DRNG. So this one, and by the end of this video lesson, if you understand the lesson, you will comment in this video saying, I understand. I just want you to have 2 words, and I want to see who really gets it, because I want you getting in the habit of not just looking for hot picks or following anybody else's alerts, which you should never do, but becoming self-sufficient and seeing what patterns work best for you. Anyways, here is DRNG, the big crash. I'm going to show you my watch list. Here's this video lesson. Sorry, too many tabs. This was my watch list heading into today, and I always try to send this out the night before, just to prepare you guys. And DRNG, I said, is a blatant pump. It's in the run-up stage, so hopefully promoters stay sober and pump it up as much as possible, since it'll inevitably crash and burn just like ZQAS. Maybe I shouldn't have taken that pot shot at the promoters. Maybe they took a look at their lives and went on a little bender last night, and that's why this stock is crashing. But if you see previous watch lists, every single day I have stocks to watch. So I'm basically like stalking these stocks for several hours or several days, because I'm waiting for it to come into my wheelhouse. I'm waiting for it to fit the patterns that I like to trade. I don't need to trade every day, but if a stock fits the patterns that I know works, that's when I act. So this was 2 days ago. I said DRNG is the latest to have a pump looking chart, same as recent pumps like ZPAS. So watch it closely for a big panic drop buy. If and when it crashes, then the longer it goes up, the harder it falls, the better the good buy opportunity. So it's just a big one. This was 2 days ago. Okay? So this is why I love teaching, because people are freaked out. They're like, how did you know it was going to crash? Because it's the same fucking pattern every time. I don't know the exact day that it's going to crash. I don't know if it's going to crash 30, 40, 50, 60%. But I do know that it is awaiting you. And all these penny stock neophytes who are buying here, thinking like, oh, this is a safe stock that's going up 5 cents every day. And then it drops 50% in a day. And this is why people hate penny stocks, because they're like, what? There's no news. This stock just crashed out of the blue. Well, if you actually study the past, it wasn't so out of the blue. But actually, if you look at the news that matters for these stocks, there was news. If you go to OTCmarkets.com, you look at it, look at the skull and crossbones. It says buyer beware. So it just got... There's no news, this stock just crashed out of the blue. Well, if you actually study the past, it wasn't so out of the blue. And actually, if you look at the news that matters for these stocks, there was news. If you go to OTCmarkets.com, you look at it, look at the skull and crossbones. It says buyer beware. So it just got this skull and crossbones today. This caveat emptor, like buyer beware. This is the worst thing that a company can get, because basically the regulators and the exchange OTC markets are saying, this stock's pretty dangerous stuff. Why would you put your money into a company with a skull and crossbones? This isn't like Friendly Pirates. This isn't Pirates of the Caribbean. This literally could be the worst company in the entire stock market. And this is the stock that I bought today. And this is why, again, there's just so much misinformation and so much misunderstanding. People are like, Tim, you're a scam. You're buying these junky stocks. It's terrible. I'm buying these junky stocks only when they fit my patterns. And if you look at my chat room, so this is my watch list where I send every single night. the previous night. But then in my chat room, I'm also giving real-time commentary. This is why you guys should all be in my chat room, because I can get this out in real time. You know, pre-market, I'm looking at a few plays, MNGA, APIL, URL. None of them were really good spikers. PULM, got a contract winner, but the volume was too low. And I specifically said Neuro I wouldn't buy. I bought it a few months ago, ran into a brick wall of sellers. Happened again today. Same kind of pattern. Congrats to shorts there. I congratulated myself 12 minutes later by saying straight down, glad I warned earlier. And then I'm looking at CAMT. I'll talk about CAMT in a second, but that's not as important as DRNG. Here's where I first talked about DRNG at 10:25 a.m. this morning. I said, the drop is too gradual. It's not a big panic like I like, so no dip buy there for me yet. Okay? That was the key here. Because when I was posting that was at, it was at 10:25 in the morning. So the market had been open for like, an hour, basically. Normally I like morning panics like all in the first, 10, 15, 30 minutes. So we got the panic from 120, and then I'm looking at CAMT. A company with a skull and crossbones. This isn't like Friendly Pirates. This isn't Pirates of the Caribbean. This literally could be the worst company in the entire stock market. And this is the stock that I bought today. And this is why, again, there's just so much misinformation and so much misunderstanding. People are like, Jim, you're a scam. You're buying these junky stocks. It's terrible. I'm buying these junky stocks only when they fit my patterns. And if you look at my chat room, so this is my watch list where I send every single night, the previous night. But then in my chat room, I'm also giving real-time commentary. This is why you guys should all be in my chat room, because I can get this out in real time. Pre-market, I'm looking at a few plays, MNGA, APIL, URL. None of them were really good spikers. PULM, got a contract winner, but the volume was too low. And I specifically said Neuro I wouldn't buy. I bought it a few months ago, ran into a brick wall of sellers. Happened again today. Same kind of pattern. Congrats to shorts there. I congratulated myself 12 minutes later by saying straight down, glad I warned earlier. And then I'm looking at CAMT. I'll talk about CAMT in a second. That's not as important as DRNG. Here's where I first talked about DRNG at 10:25 a.m. this morning. I said, the drop is too gradual. It's not a big panic like I like, so no dip buy there for me yet. Okay? That was the key here. Because when I was posting that was at, 10:25 in the morning. So the market had been open for like, an hour, basically. Normally I like morning panics like all in the first, 10, 15, 30 minutes. So we got the panic from 120 down to 85, and it did bounce to 1. At 10:25, it was like right here. And some people were, telling me to dip buy it here at 70 cents. And I was like, this is a nice crash, but still it's kind of gradual. If you look back at previous patterns, this is not a big enough drop. So I didn't buy it here at 70 or even at 65. But when it got down here to 50, I dip bought. And this
Hellcat?
They're sending someone over here now. They're moving some rail cars.
Oh, copy that. Who you driving?
Yeah, I'm the one on the scale.
Copy that. Darling. Well, hold on there, little darling. What's up, my little darling? This thing, it's moving. Yeah.
Truck on scale. Can I get your what's your trucking cost?
Yeah, this is Sacaton Truck 100. Here to get 37,000 pounds, 4070 resin for Oasis. PO is 2354.
Okay, what was your truck number?
Truck 100.
I still didn't catch that truck on scale.
Say again.
What was your truck number again?
Truck 100.
Okay, and your PO?
Hold on, get it back out. Alright, getting 37,000 pounds, 4070 resin for Oasis. PO is 2354.
they shit together. Some of them, like this motherfucker right here. Take fucking 15 minutes just to load one, or just even get paperwork for this one truck. Fucking ridiculous.
Okay, truck on scale, you can pull off and it'll be down by the break room there.
Copy.
Like we know where the fuck the break room is. Ready for my info?
Okay, ready for your info, truck on scale.
Copy. It's Sakatan calling for Oasis. One 47. One 36,000. Last four PO is 8724. Truck 77.
That was truck 77.
Copy.
Okay, you said you were getting 4070?
Yep, 4070 resin.
The #1 most requested video from you guys to me is how to get cheap flights. Let's cheap plane tickets. Let's cheap airfare. Well, guess what? This is this video. Now, there is one thing that I want you guys to remember.
Alright, truck on scale, you're good to pull off. You'll be down by the break room. Loading down by the break room there.
Right behind this truck here.
Yes, sir.
Copy. Thank you, man.
dates that you're flying, flexible on the times that you're flying, flexible on the destination that you are flying, and flexible on the airports. If you are flexible in all of those and more, if you're even more flexible than that, then I promise you, we can find you some cheap tickets. Know your airline comparison engines. The best ones that I use and that most travel bloggers use are Kayak, Momodo, Skyscanner, Hitmonk, and Airfare Watchdog. Those are the best ones that I've personally found. So the first thing we're going to do is obviously check the airline comparison engines. They're going to compare different airlines and different types of tickets. Then go to those airlines' direct site and see if maybe they offer a better deal or a better route. Another trick is if you find a cheap flight on one of these airline comparison engines, take that flight to your local travel agent and ask them to match that. A lot of times they will match it or even beat the price. So that's another way to get an even cheaper flight from a cheap flight. Check the surrounding airports in that city and in nearby cities, as it tends to be cheaper to fly into larger airports. This is especially true in Europe when there's so many large cities close by. It's really easy to take buses and trains to get to the city that you want to go to. Just remember though, before you start celebrating your great savings by flying into another airport or another city that's close by, check the price of how much it's going to cost for you to get from that airport city to your hotel or to your intended destination, because that can add up to be quite a bit more. And if you're not careful, then the price kind of negates States itself. Like, there's no point in flying to the other city. It's just going to cost you. The same goes for booking red eyes and for booking early morning flights. Make sure you know the cost of getting from the airport to your hotel, because that can add up to quite a bit extra if you are not careful, especially in the morning time when public transportation is not running, or late at night when public transportation is not running, and then you're forced to take taxis, which are always going to be more expensive than public transportation, thus making your total airfare cost more expensive. If you have more time on your hands, you can set up something called a price alert. Kayak does this really well, or you have a saved route and they will alert you to when that route's price goes down, or if it's going to potentially go up higher. So it'll give you advice on when you should buy that ticket to get you like the best price possible. That's a very good tool. Another good tool is using Airfare Watchdog, which you can kind of put your departing airport in, and they will tell you when there's great deals either everywhere or like certain places that you want to go. Another option. Have more time on your hands, you can set up something called a price alert. Kayak does this really well, where you have a saved route and they will alert you to when that route's price goes down, or if it's going to potentially go up higher. So it'll give you advice on when you should buy that ticket to get you like the best price possible. That's a very good tool. Another good tool is using Airfare Watchdog, which you can kind of put your departing airport in, and they will tell you when there's great deals either everywhere or like certain places that you want to go. Another option is signing up for deals. So these are deals from the airlines directly. These are deals from tour companies or things like Flight Center, or they are deals from the airline comparison engines. And basically, if you could put up with newsletters coming into your inbox quite frequently, they usually have like flash 1-day sales, 2-day sales, discounts and percentages off on certain destinations. Keeping on with the flexibility topic, don't pick your destination first. Google.com/flights have an amazing tool that basically lets you put in your departing airport and search everywhere else in the world, and it gives you the cheapest flights in that time period that you are selecting. So if you're flexible on the destination, you can get some really great price flights. One, it's a great way to get a cheap flight, and two, it opens your mind to destinations you never would have thought of visiting before. Airline credit card. If you haven't already, sign up for one. You need to get a points card in one of the 3 major airline alliances: SkyTeam, Star Alliance, or One World. And which one of those you choose will be dependent on whatever is your local carrier. So wherever you live, whatever airline serves that destination, that airport more frequently, or your country more frequently, get the corresponding airline card for that. By signing up, you will automatically get bonus sign-up points. Almost all of them offer a signing bonus, which is just for signing up. And normally that's almost a free flight, or is a free flight, just by signing up for the credit card. Then put everything that you buy on that credit card. I'm talking about everything. Put your groceries, put anything that you buy. Try to even put like your rent and stuff like that, if you can, on that credit card, because every dollar you spend is a point that gets you free flights. So just by buying things that you are already going to be buying and already going to be spending money on. Obviously, don't go crazy and start buying things you don't need, and make sure you don't keep a balance, because then you're just going to be paying interest, which is counteracting all of the points that we are accumulating. Book your tickets in parts. This is going to be a whole lot of trial and error that's involved in this. Booking your tickets in parts gives you a lot of flexibility, because you can, one, leave from different airports and different cities and different countries. So it's a lot easier to look into that. And so one airport or one city or one country might be cheaper than the other. So when you add up those 2 one-ways, it's actually cheaper than the return ticket would be. Say you were traveling from Australia to England and your destination is England. Check out, maybe if you want to do a stopover somewhere in between, you can stop over in Dubai or something, so you can book a one-way to Dubai and then book a separate one-way from Dubai to England. Check the price of that to see if that's even cheaper than flying directly to England. When do we fly? Weekends tend to be more expensive because a lot of people fly because they have the time off during the weekend. This is pretty much standard knowledge, so fly during the weekday. Don't fly during the holidays. Don't do it. You are not going to get a cheap flight. It doesn't happen. Holidays are just ridiculous. Airlines always increase their fares. There's always increase of traffic. It's chaos. If you can avoid flying during the holidays, avoid it. Delete your cookies, aka your browser your saved settings, because if you are looking at a certain flight by some flight airline comparison engines do this, some airlines do this, but they save your data and they might increase the price because they want to create that urgency that you should buy right away because now the price is going up. Buy domestic flights domestically and buy international flights wherever. But try not to buy domestic flights in any country that you are going to when you are abroad. Buy those flights when you are in the country because they are cheaper with the local currency, using the local search engines, and when you were there. Trust me. Best day to buy, Tuesdays or Wednesdays, maybe Thursdays. It's basically just when all the airlines and all the deals come out, so. Best time to buy. For domestic flights, I find between 3 months to about 2 weeks. You can get a pretty decent price in domestic flights after 2 weeks in, then you're kind of going to be paying a bit more because it's so like last minute. For international flights, it's between 5 months to, I would say, 3 weeks. After about 3 weeks, those international flights can go quite up. But anytime in between there, then you're probably going to get an okay deal. Fly standby. If you are super, super flexible, like really flexible, and you're ready for an adventure and risk, you can always fly standby, which is like going to the airport and being like, so, what flights do we got here? What can you put me on? What's the best price? Where to? And then you hop on a flight, and it can be pretty cheap. I've not personally ever done it because I like to know a little bit more of what my destination is, but I do know friends that do fly standby a lot, so if you are flexible, you're just like ready to go for adventure, that is an option for you. Things to look out for, excess fees. It's nothing worse than buying a cheap ticket that you thought was cheap and then going to the airport and realizing you're going to be paying $50 each way for your bags. That doesn't make it a cheap ticket anymore. So make sure you know that whatever flight and airline that you're flying with, do they charge for baggage fees? Finding cheap flights is a lot of trial and error. It takes a lot of time. There is no perfect formula. There is no magic button. It takes just trying, testing, putting in different locations, putting in different things, waiting, being patient, keeping your eye out for stuff, and being really flexible. Remember, flexible on date, time, location. And you can find them. I promise you can find cheaper flights if you put in that time. And it's worth it. Trust me, that time is worth it when you're 3 weeks. After about 3 weeks, there's international or better flexible. There's no way that you're going to get cheap flights without being flexible. And I'm talking about flexible on the dates that you're flying, flexible on the times that you're flying, flexible on the destination that you are flying, and flexible on the airports. If you are flexible in all of those and more, if you're even more flexible than that, then I promise you, we can find you some cheap tickets. Know your airline comparison engines. The best ones that I use and that most travel bloggers use are Kayak, Monmoto, Skyscanner, Hitmonk, and Airfare Watchdog. Those are the best ones that I've personally found. So the first thing we're going to do is obviously check the airline comparison engines. They're going to compare different airlines and different types of tickets. Then go to those airlines' direct site and see if maybe they offer a better deal or a better route. Another trick is if you find a cheap flight on one of these airline comparison engines, take that flight to your local travel agent and ask them to match that. A lot of times they will match it or even beat the price. So that's another way to get an even cheaper flight from a cheap flight. Check the surrounding airports in that city and in nearby cities, as it tends to be cheaper to fly into larger airports. This is especially true in Europe when there's so many large cities close by. It's really easy to take buses and trains to get to the city that you want to go to. Just remember though, before you start celebrating your great savings by flying into another airport or another city that's close by, check the price of how much it's going to cost for you to get from that airport or city to your hotel or to your intended destination, because that can add up to be quite a bit more. And if you're not careful, then the price kind of negates itself and there's no point in flying to the other city. It's just going to cost you The same goes for booking red eyes and for booking early morning flights. Make sure you know the cost of getting from the airport to your hotel, because that can add up to quite a bit extra if you are not careful, especially in the morning time when public transportation is not running, or late at night when public transportation is not running, and then you're forced to take taxis, which are always going to be more expensive than public transportation, thus making your total airfare cost more expensive. If you have more time on your hands, you can set up something called a price alert. Kayak does this really well, where you have a saved route and they will alert you to when that route's price goes down, or if it's going to potentially go up higher. So it'll give you advice on when you should buy that ticket to get you like the best price possible. That's a very good tool. Another good tool is using Airfare Watchdog, which you can kind of put your departing airport in, and they will tell you when there's great deals either everywhere or like certain places that you want to go. Another option is signing up for deals. So these are deals from the airlines directly, these are deals from tour companies or things like Flight Center, or they are deals from the airline comparison engines. And basically, if you could put up with newsletters coming into your inbox quite frequently, they usually have like flash 1-day sales, 2-day sales, discounts and percentages off on certain destinations. Keeping on with the flexibility topic, don't pick your destination first. Boo.com/flights have an amazing tool that basically lets you put in your departing airport and search everywhere else in the world, and it gives you the cheapest flights in that time period that you are selecting. So if you're flexible on the destination, you can get some really great price flights. One, it's a great way to get a cheap flight, and two, it opens your mind to destinations you never would have thought of visiting before. Airline credit card. If you haven't already, sign up for one. You need to get a points card in one of the 3 major airline alliances: SkyTeam, Star Alliance, or One World. And which one of those you choose will be dependent on whatever.
You're good to head back.
So wherever you live, whatever airline serves that destination, that airport more frequently, or your country more frequently, get the corresponding airline card for that. By signing up, you will automatically get bonus sign-up points. Almost all of them offer a signing bonus, which is just for signing up.
Hold on, driver. I'll get back under there.
It's a free flight just by signing up for the credit card. Then put everything that you buy on that credit card. I'm talking about everything. Put your groceries, put anything that you buy. Try to even put like your rent and stuff like that, if you can, on that credit card, because every dollar you spend is a point that gets you free flights. Just by buying things that you are already going to be buying and already going to be spending money on. Obviously, don't go crazy and start buying things you don't need, and make sure you don't keep a balance, because then you're just going to be paying interest, which is counteracting all of the points that we are accumulating. Book your tickets in parts. This is going to be a whole lot of trial and error that's involved in this. Booking your tickets in parts gives you a lot of flexibility, because you can, one, leave from different airports and different cities and different countries. So it's a lot easier to look into that. And so one airport or one city or one country might be cheaper than the other. So when you add up those 2 one-ways, it's actually cheaper than the return ticket would be. Say you were traveling from Australia to England and your destination is England. Check out maybe if you want to do a stopover somewhere in between. You can stop over in Dubai or something. So you can book a one-way to Dubai, and then book a separate one-way from Dubai to England. Check the price of that to see if that's even cheaper than flying directly to England. When do we fly? Weekends tend to be more expensive because a lot of people fly because they have to take off during the weekend. It's just more expensive on, so fly during the weekday. Don't fly during the holidays. Don't do it. You are not going to get a cheap flight. It doesn't happen. That's cheap airfare. Well, guess what? This is this video. Now, there is one thing that I want you guys to remember throughout this entire video. The number 1 tip of getting cheap flights is you have to be flexible. There's no way that you're going to get cheap flights without being flexible. And I'm talking about flexible on the dates that you're flying, flexible on the times that you're flying, flexible on the destination that you are flying, and flexible on the airports. If you are flexible in all of those and more, if you're more flexible than that, then I promise you, you can find you some cheap tickets. Know your airline comparison engines, the best ones that I use and that most travel bloggers use. so many large cities close by. It's really easy to take buses and trains to get to the city that you want to go to. Just remember though, before you start celebrating your great savings by flying into another airport or another city that's close by, check the price of how much it's going to cost for you to get from that airport city to your hotel or to your intended destination, because that could add up to be quite a bit more. And if you're not careful, then the price kind of negates itself if you're flying to the other city. It's just going to cost you. The same goes for booking red eyes and for booking early morning flights. Make sure you know the cost of getting from the airport to your hotel, because that can add up to quite a bit extra if you are not careful, especially in the morning time when public transportation is not running, or late at night when public transportation is not running, and then you're forced to take taxis, which are always going to be more expensive than public transportation, thus making your total airfare cost more expensive. If you have more time on your hands, you can set up something called a price alert. Kayak does this really well, where you have a saved route and they will alert you to when that route's price goes down, or if it's going to potentially go up higher. So it'll give you advice on when you should buy that ticket to get you like the best price possible. That's a very good tool. Another good tool is using Airfare Watchdog, which is my favorite party airport game, and they will tell you when there's great deals either everywhere or like certain places you want to go. Another option is signing up for deals. So these are deals from the airlines directly, these are deals from the airlines, or flights, things like flights center, or they have deals from the airlines. And basically, if you can put up with newsletters coming into your inbox quite frequently, they usually have like flash 1-day sales, 2-day sales, discounts and percentages off on certain destinations. Keeping on with the flexibility topic, don't pick your destination first. Booking.com/flights have an amazing tool that basically lets you put in your departing airport and search everywhere else in the world, and it gives you the cheapest flights in that time period.
I want to get what do you want?
You got a paper that I got to sign?
No, they ain't give me no paperwork.
Oh, good.
All right, hold on. Let's see what they say.
You're supposed to.
Yeah, they give me no paperwork. I want 35,000.
Okay, you give me a honk and we'll turn her down.
Okay.
Got her?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll try.
I know you will.
So if you're flexible on the destination, you can get some really great price flights. One, it's a great way to get a cheap flight, and two, it opens your mind to destinations you never would have thought of visiting before. Airline credit card. If you haven't already, sign up for one. You need to get a points card in one of the 3 major airline alliances: SkyTeam, Star Alliance, or One World. And which one of those you choose will be dependent on whatever is your local carrier. So wherever you live, whatever airline serves that destination, that airport, Watchdog. Those are the best ones that I've personally found. So the first thing we're going to do is obviously check the airline comparison engines. They're going to compare different airlines and different types of tickets. Then go to those airlines' direct site and see if maybe they offer a better deal or a better route. Another trick is if you find a cheap flight on one of these airline comparison engines, take that flight to your local travel agent and ask them to match that. A lot of times they will match it or even beat the price. So that's another way to get an even cheaper flight from cheap flights. Check the surrounding airports in that city and in nearby cities, as it tends to be cheaper to fly into larger airports. This is especially true in Europe when there's so many large cities close by. It's really easy to take buses to get to the city to go to. Just remember though, before you start celebrating your great savings by flying into another airport or another city that's close by, check the price of how much it's going to cost for you to get from that airport city to your hotel or to your intended destination. Because that can add up to quite a bit more. If you're not careful, then the price kind of negates itself. The same goes for booking red eyes and booking early morning flights. Make sure you know the cost of getting from the airport to your hotel, because that can add up to quite a bit extra. Airport admission, morning time, public transportation is not running, or late at night, public transportation is not running, and then you're forced to take taxis, which are always going to be more expensive than public transportation, thus making your total airfare cost more expensive. If you have more time on your hands, you can set up something called a price alert app. This is really well. Or you can save the route, and they will alert you to when that route's price goes down, or if it's going to potentially go up higher, so it will give you advice on when you should buy that ticket to get you like the best price possible. It's a very good tool. Another good tool is using Airfare Watchdog, which is like a party airport in, and they will tell you when there's great deals either everywhere or like certain places that you want to go. Another option is signing up for deals. So these are deals from the airlines directly, these are deals from tour companies or flights, things like Flight Center, or they are deals from the airline comparison engines. And basically, if you can put up with these things, things, because if you are looking at a certain flight by some flight airline comparison, and just do this, some airlines do this when they see the data, and they like increase the price because they want to create that urgency that you should buy right away because now the prices are going up. Buy domestic flights domestically and buy international flights wherever. But try not to buy domestic flights in any country that you're going to. Buy those flights domestically. They're cheaper than less than buy Tuesdays or Wednesdays, maybe Thursdays. It's basically just one or the other.
work? What time you get off? Oh, okay. Money don't sleep, girl. You better go make that money. Okay. Okay. Gluten. Huh? You're not a gluten fan, huh? What the fuck is gluten? I heard what you said. So you said what, you get cramps and stuff like that? 52262. 4070.
Yeah, 4070 resin, 31,000 pounds for the hollow bed.
Hold on, move that.
The reason I'm asking is I haven't seen any order, I didn't know. Yeah, I'm not showing any for me.
Push, got yours on? Push, got yours on? push guys on. Yeah, I just signed in.
So are you just turning around or you unloading here?
What's that?
Are you turning around or you unloading?
I'm about to unload.
All right, you're fine. I got you.
Yeah, I just signed in.
got there? Nah, it's not even fucking neck. Contact somebody on the other pad there on channel 1.
don't go home, Will. 7 days a week, 24/7 out here. I'll be out here for about 6-7 months. Yeah, it's busy out here, brother. Work, yeah. Ken, what's up, baby? Tom, what's going on, bud? Alright, dinner time. Got some downtime, so we're gonna relax for a little bit. We're gonna relax. 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 Chillax. Chillax. good. How about yourself, man? Busy making money 24/7. That's what's up with me. Same old shit, different day. Same old shit, different day. Making money, baby. Making money. Oh. Walmart special right there, and these motherfuckers the truth, boy. Yeah, I feel like I'm back home. You get the meals delivered to you. These are just as good, to be honest, for only like $3. Yeah, it's the fajita bowl. You got rice, beans, steak. Yeah, can't beat that shit. Not come from Walmart. Come from Walmart. Yeah, you can't beat that, buddy. Yeah, you can't beat that. I would have to cook my shit, which would take time. I ain't even gotta do that. Just boom, right here. Easy. Easy as fuck. I ain't gotta cook shit. I ain't gotta put shit together. It's already pre-made. You don't get no better than that, boy. Nothing a Walmart special. Yeah, you can't beat that, man. Yeah, you can't beat that. Back home, they charge. I'm probably spending about the same for somebody to do your pre-meals. You know, somebody, you know, have everything set up for you, and then they'll deliver this shit to your house, or you come pick it up. And
about the same, for sure.
And let me call my chick. Call my chick real quick. Yeah, I'm about to shut this shit down for a little bit. My little chick, she acting crazy. She getting frantic. She's like, all right now. It's been a few weeks. It's been a few months now. What we doing? She's starting to get a little antsy. So I went to, yeah, she's starting to get a little antsy. I said, baby, hey, I told you, man, it's gonna be a minute. She's trying to push. She's trying to get a motherfucker to come out there. Ain't happening. You come out here? You come out here, baby. She's like, oh, but it's not. I'm like, yeah, I know, it ain't home, bitch. Yeah, in the woods. She wants to do the Miami thing right now, bitch. Come out here and do the woods. Come out here and do the woods with me. Nah, man. I ain't gonna visit. Nope. Hey, she can come visit here. She come up here. She come up here. Yeah, she's tripping. She feel like brother ain't, you know, trying to make an effort. Damn right I ain't trying to make no effort. I ain't worried about you right now, girl. I told you that already. You know? She trying to push. She trying to push because she ain't getting her way. That's what they'll do to you. They'll start to pout and shit until they get their way. Yeah, you can't fall for that. You can't fall for the okie doke. Yeah. Once they know they can pout and get away with it, they'll just keep trying your ass like that. You just become a dummy after that. Every time they don't get their way, they'll just sit there and pout, man. And what you gonna do? You gonna give in, and they know you're gonna give in. So they'll work you like that. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to play. She's trying to work me right now. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work, baby. It ain't gonna work, baby. Sorry. It ain't gonna work. You power as much as you want. But hey, if you want to come up here, that's cool too. On your own dime. She think I ain't even gonna buy that bitch no ticket. She want to come up here. She come with her own money. I ain't buying the bitch no ticket. I'll give her some good dick. That's what I'll give her. But I ain't gonna give her no motherfucking ticket. She wanna come out here. She can bring her ass out here. Alright, you guys, man. We call this chick, man. She's starting to get crazy. You know, the Spanish, fucking Puerto Rican. She's Cuban. Because they know in puss rolls. Yeah, well, that's because, you know, there's 93%, the statistics are like this. 93% of men don't know shit about women. So, you know, they'll play that game. They'll play that game until they get a motherfucker like me, that 3% that kind of know what the game is. And they'll be like, they'll keep pushing. They'll keep pushing till you give in. But I won't give in. Because I know the game. I know the game, but I was the 93% too. I was a chump too. I would play them games. Like that, baby. Yeah, no. I don't want to cut you guys off, man, but she gets a little emotional. Fuck, I want to do this.
You got Jerry over here with full load of 47 DO2. Yeah, I got 4070 on full load. Come on in, bud.
One thing about Spanish women, boy, they are fucking, they're territorial. They're very needy, man. Very fucking needy. Needy and greedy. Greedy, something Italian bread, all right. Everybody's asking what I eat, what I usually eat, what's my meal plan. This is it. I'll have about six slices of bread of this Italian bread. It's that fresh shit at Walmart. It's that fresh shit, not the shit you get at the aisle, right? So I'll have about six slices of this shit, and then the fajita bowl from Walmart. That's it. Bottle of water. Yeah. Get them things up there. Yeah. Yep. They're a little small right now. They're a little small right now, but they'll get there. They'll get back out there. You guys got any questions? Well site that I'm working that's gonna keep me busy until the time I go home. They got a few orders. One for like 50,000. I mean like a few million. And the one that's really gonna keep me busy, I don't know if it's this well or another well they have. It's over 100 million pounds of sand. 100 million pounds of sand. 100 million pounds of sand. So that well right there is gonna keep me busy like three months, which is pretty much my time here. Be good. They're pretty busy all morning since 4 o'clock this morning. They just shut down. Like the shift change, right? Yeah, shift change 7 o'clock. So everybody's starting to slow down a little bit. That's what I'm saying. I could have had since 4 a.m. 4 a.m. Yeah. I could have had what? I slept, I shut down. But I could have had like 4 or 5 loads.
got a copy?
Yeah, any phone company could have that, bro. Yeah, any of these companies will. But Verizon's pretty good too. Pretty good, man. You see me, yeah, it dies out all the time. Anytime, you know, the thing, the live stream starts to cut out, that's because it's a dead spot. So yeah, it has its spots, man. It is what it is. Yeah, I need to heat this bitch up a little quick. Verizon's, it's like I said, it's gonna be the best service for them, man. So I already had AT&T. That shit didn't work out so good.
I'm on channel 2.
Boy, turn that shit off. Guess I'll watch. Nah, I gotta get some sleep. Fuck that. Get ready to get cranked up over here. We eat this shit. Go to sleep. Do it all over again. Do it all over. As soon as Cuban. Oh, Miss Cuban. Oh, Miss Cuba. Oh yeah, she's all naked and shit. Sending naked pictures to the show. See, like I said, man. Trying, she be trying. She be trying. Small ass sand cam. Man, what you got? A mini cam? What the hell you gonna do with that motherfucker? I don't even know how you even hear. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I was gonna say that ain't small, man. Got any more questions? Now's the time. Now's the time. Get it out. I'm sitting here right in front of you. A couple more minutes on the crash. Fucking AC went out on me again. Just the front. I think they gotta give me a whole new setup in the front. They see work in the back. Guy took care of me. Borrowed my shit. Didn't have to, but he did. No, it's not that. Thing froze up. Builds up so. It builds up so cold. It gets so icy. It freezes up. I don't even know. It's weird. Yeah, still don't. You know, still not blowing. I ain't even used the bitch all day. Well, maybe the back is still making it cold, but anyway, yeah. I take the bitch in the mall. What's the mall? Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. I gotta take it in Thursday. Again, fucking shit. But every time I pull up, I pull up with no appointment. This time I made an appointment. So they took care of me by me just coming in, and they had other trucks ahead of me, you know, that's in the shop already. I would just pull my ass right in, no appointment. But hey, fix my shit. And they fix it. So I had AC a couple days, man. AC went down on me yesterday. So, but the AC is still pretty good. Like I said, it's good in the sleeper. It's not up here. Like it's blowing hot air, and then you turn this bitch off. Oh, turn that motherfucker off. There you go. That's the best bet. I was trying to tell a dude, and I said, man, don't come up here. Because right now the money, you know, you're only going to be able to make good, consistent money for a good maybe 2 months. And after that, here in North Dakota, it's going to get real fucking nasty. Weather's going to drop. It's going to start to get below negative degree weather. It's going to start snowing like crazy. Motherfucker, they said, a party was telling me it was snowing here in June one year. I think it was last year or the year before. It was snowing in June like a motherfucker. So that winter's right around the corner. So guys are thinking about coming out of North Dakota. You should have came out 4 months ago and try to make all the money now till, you know, in the next couple months. But now you only got about 2 months to make money. You know what I mean? So if you think about it, it really ain't worth your time, man. Be coming up here. Unless you okay to snow. You okay with the snow and all that shit. But you ain't gonna be okay with this shit. This shit ain't like your regular, you know, Pennsylvania snow and West Virginia snow. It ain't like that, bro. It's rough out here. Yeah, it's rough. And it gets thick out here too. But fuck that. Take your ass down to Texas. Be 24/7, man. 360, 365. Ain't no downtime down there. Too much sun out there, man. It's like Florida. It don't be snowing down there. Texas, Louisiana. I wouldn't fuck with West Virginia. They nasty too, because they got those fucking mountains. You gotta get bulldozed up, and you gotta get bulldozed down. Fuck that shit. Then you got all that ice. No. Yeah, I figure, man, all that time you wasting trying to do these loads, all that fucking hazards and shit. That's time, man. That's time that you could be making money, hauling ass. But you ain't hauling ass. You slow as a motherfucker. Why you gonna do that? I would take my ass to Texas, man. The only reason why I'm not in Texas, because I was gonna be in Texas. I was gonna be down in mainland. But they wouldn't hire me. I need 2 years experience. But don't come to North Dakota. You got a couple more months to make money. After that, everything will get real slow and real cold. It don't make no sense to come up here. Unless you like the cold and unless you want to live up here. But if you ain't one of those two, you don't need to be up here, man. Unless you plan on just coming here and make too much of money. What, July, August? Yeah. Maybe 3 months top. I've already got 4 months now. 4 or 3 months. So right idea, Ken, though. Take your ass to Texas. But hey, if you want to do that, that's on y'all motherfuckers.